Goedemiddag Franco-deelnemers. We gaan het parcours sluiten voor verkenning Arena's gelost voor inspection. De winning Lichtwaal Prize, the Nation Cup Children, the first competitor at 9 o'clock.
A very good morning and welcome to this latest leg of the FEI Jumping Youth Nations Cup Series from Zuidwolde in the Netherlands. We have got a fantastic competition for you this morning. We're kicking things off with the children's category and 12 teams will come forward in this morning's competition. Beautiful sunshine in the Netherlands for this leg of this competition. And it's a crucial stage of the series. This is the 7th leg. Only 3 remain in this 2024 running of the event. Leading the way in the season standings are Team Belgium, who looked really strong after having 2 wins and 1 second place finish so far this season. Germany, meanwhile, sit in 2nd place, just 20 points behind them. And then Italy sit in 3rd. The home team of the Netherlands are in 4th place on a score of 240. So pretty tightly packed there in terms of the points for the overall season. But we're kicking things off with Team Denmark. Their first rider is Palmer Sophie Gry Jansen Christensen with Linden. Tackles their fence for that Oxer. before she now heads down the back end of the arena to the triple combination at 5A, B and C. Now she's going to make a right-handed turn to an upright at fence 6. Sadly, that wall causing a couple of problems for Linden. And so Palmer, Sophie, Gry, Janssen, Christensen is going to have the opportunity to reapproach. Great positive riding there to get through over the wall, and now heads to that line of 7 and 8, the Oxer to another upright. Now has this water jump safely over there at fence 9 for a slight left-handed curve to this really striking ladybird fence at fence 10. Now it's a left-handed turn all the way back around. She's giving this plenty of space to the double at 11A and B. And then a little related distance line down to fence 12, the yellow Oxer to finish.
4 strafpunten in het parcours, 15 erbij voor de tijdafslag. Totaal 19 strafpunten in totaal 90 points.
Well, the time allowed is 86 seconds in this first round. Of course, it will be the time allowed for the second round as well. And she gets a score of 19 to kick things off. Of course, quite costly in terms of the time there as well, with that refusal, sadly. And we move swiftly on then to Portugal. It's Diana Ferreira Pinto with Action Boy Z. Portuguese team sit right at the bottom of the season standings. They've only appeared at one leg so far, and sadly were eliminated as a team. So no doubt looking for an improvement here in the Netherlands today. No problems this time at the wall for Diana Ferreira Pinto. She competed in our leg at Compiègne with this very horse. Action Boy, a 10-year-old stallion. Placed third in the Children's Grand Prix at Compiègne. That was in April, just over a month ago. But absolutely puts any worries from that Nations Cup of Compiègne to bed and gets a 38. So nothing at all to add for our first rider out for Portugal.
Volgende combinatie, en dat is de eerste combinatie voor Italië. Maria Vittoria Capponi, bereidt hier Cavin de Rusje van Hengste Rubin.
Well, the first rider in for the Italian team then is going to be Maria Vittoria Gaffuri, who rides Caffeine de Roche. Again, a rider from Compiègne, part of the second place team there for the Italian nation. She jumped a clear and then just one pole down in round 2. Seeing some nice forward riding already in this competition. She also placed second in the Children's Grand Prix there, and then finished 10th at the Children's Grand Prix in Busto Arsizio, our latest leg of this competition. So some really strong results already on their record with this 12-year-old mare. This former ride of Francesca Ripamonti, another rider who you will be familiar with from this Nations Cup series. This horse is in fact a former European Championships ride for Francesca Ripamonti. And again, a great way to kick things off for the team. It's clear for Italy now.
Luna Bensaat uit Frankrijk. De volgende combinatie met Gralé. Nummer 4 van de startlijst. Representing France.
On then to the French team. Launa Bensard with Gralene AA. Rider who's really familiar with this Nations Cup series. Jumped some great rounds in Compiègne just for a pole down in each round. But she was part of the children's team in 2022 as well with the horse Vicky Dubochard. Gralene, this 8-year-old gelding that she brings forward, former ride of Lucas de la Chaussée. So relatively young horse, but Launa has already had 6 top 10 finishes with this horse, including 9th in the Children's Grand Prix at Compiègne. Comes now down to this final fence, and again nothing to add. 3 seconds inside the time allowed as well, so no worries on that front as well. So 3 clears already, 1 for Portugal, 1 for Italy, and now 1 for France. Couldn't be a better start for those three teams. As we move to Spain now, to Marta Gerald Pons.
First competitor representing Spain.
Marta rides Palinka van der Wellington. She's had a couple of international competitions with this horse, but this is her first appearance on the Nations Cup circuit. She placed 4th in the in-between competition in Compiègne last month. What a pity. Just really stood off fence 7. Didn't quite get the line that she wanted. And now doing very well to stay on board at fence 8. But, tough jump meant that she didn't have the right approach. Very quick thinking to get things back together there. Well, unfortunately, not quite going to be Marta Gerald Pons' day, and that will be elimination for the first rider for Spain. Remember, we must have 3 counting scores, so the following 3 riders for Spain, all of their scores must count. For the rest of the teams, we have the opportunity to drop 1 score. As we go on then to Great Britain now. Their first rider is Emily Gulliver. Emily rides Glamour, who is owned by Al Shiraz Stables. and is by my Lord Carthago. She's an 8-year-old mare. Again, Emily's a European Championship contender from 2023. That was with Fleur de Nuit. But a familiar face on the Nations Cup circuit last season. But this is the horse's first appearance on the Nations Cup teams. This horse was with a rider from the United Arab Emirates for some time, before being ridden by Jason Fitzpatrick of Ireland, and now with Emily Gulliver for the children's categories. Well, it's a brilliant start for the British team. Emily Gulliver with glamour. First appearance for that horse on the Nations Cup teams, and they get a clear round at this early stage. Perfect start for Team Great Britain.
Zou zijn gevolgd de nakoming van Claire Weeman, Claudio's son. The first competitor representing Poland.
Moving on then to another rider from the European Championships last year. It's Alicja Kozmol of Poland with her European Championship ride Clearwater PPZ. This combination jumped at the first leg of this series in Centaur Park and were part of the second place team there. Alicia also rode at the Nations Cup final last year. But she's jumped plenty of clears in the Nations Cup for the Polish team across the years of competing for them. Good jump over the water. Has a bit of a rattle at the Ladybird fence. And great support from the crowd there, as well as Alicja Kozmol comes home with nothing at all to add. She is inside that time allowed as well.
Duitsland nu met zijn Lutse Gripsjeheuvel. Dan heeft hier Castellino van East Castellini, representing Germany.
So perfect start for Portugal, Italy, France, Great Britain, and now Poland as we move on to Germany. Germany sit second in our season standings. They're yet to have a win this year. Their best result was a second place in Zdrujowice, third as well in Linz-Ebelsberg. But Lutz Kripsova is their first rider in, with Castellino 5. Second Nations Cup appearance of the year for this pair. They also jumped at Centaur Park, 2 down, and then a great clear in round 2 for them. Castellino is a 16-year-old gelding, formerly with the Erken family. What a great horse to give Lutz some good experience at this level. Part of the third place team in the Nations Cup in Austria as well. Just one down and then a clear there. We're just taking a circle here now. Just making sure of the approach into the double there. So that's going to be quite costly on the clock, and down comes the final fence as well. So unfortunately 14 is the score for Germany's Lutz Gripsova.
In total 40 faults, including 6 time penalties for exceeding the time allowed. Lutz Gripsova en Castellino. We hadden ook net een dagje met de Jérôme de Nut en de Ornoir de Grand. Nakoming van Canam, nummer 9 van de startlijst. De Bunning Wegenbouwprijs, de Nations Cup Children.
Well, on to Belgium then now. Jérôme Denute is the first rider in for the Belgian team. Our season leaders. They were winners at Centaur Park and in Zuidwolde, second in Compiègne, and that sees them on a score of 280 points at the top of the tree. Jérôme's ride is Noir de Cran. Double clear in Compiègne in that Nations Cup for this pair, as well as at Centaur Park. What a fantastic combination to have on the team. Really consistent with this 16-year-old gelding. And such consistency at such an early stage of their partnership together. This is a former rider, Ruben Romp. Again, a brilliant start for the team then. It's clear for Jérôme Denute and Humour Noir de Cran. Very quick time as well. 77 on the timers there. On to Sweden now then, to Emily Kjellberg with Casco Horto. Emily's such an experienced competitor in plenty of the international competitions. Hasn't made too many appearances on the Nations Cup teams though. She's partnered this 14-year-old gelding for some time now, with some strong performances in the big tour classes recently. Well, down the final line for Emily Kjellberg, makes use of all the available time to come home in 84.82, but no jumping penalties to add either. It's clear. The 7th clear of the competition already. Very strong jumping from a lot of our competitors already this morning. Our penultimate team to start then will be Norway. Of course, we bring you the first riders for each of the teams, followed by the second, and so on, to bring you to 4 riders per team. For Norway now, it is Philippa Påskrog Hestad, who rides Nildans. This pair were 14th in the Children's Grand Prix at Drammen and jumped to clear and then just one pole down to be part of the winning Nations Cup team in Drammen as well. That was their first Nations Cup appearance, now selected once again for the team. Well, it's just going to be one pole down for Philippa Påskrog Hestad of Norway with Nildans.
Eerste combinatie nu voor Nederland. Liv Linsen, brengt u CDWZ.
One more first rider still to come. That will be for the home team of the Netherlands. Their first rider is Liv Linsen. And Liv rides Cine WZ, first rider for this home nation. The Netherlands sit in 4th place in the season standings. If they were able to clinch a win, that would take them to the top of the leaderboard. Of course, dependent on results from our other teams as well. So far, they have finished 2nd in both Linz Ebelsberg in Austria and Busto Arsizio, and then finished 5th at Centaur Park at leg 1. Liv, though, is a great pathfinder for them. Experienced competitor, but makes a great appearance here as the pathfinder, as I say, for the Dutch team. She was a rider for the Nations Cup final last year. Jumped clear in that final round, as well as for the European Championships too. Well, again, a brilliant start for the team. It's going to be clear for the Netherlands, and we have several teams with a perfect start. Those teams already with a clear on the board are Portugal, Italy, France, Great Britain, Poland, Sweden, Belgium and the Netherlands. Trailing behind them, we have Norway with a score of just 4, Germany with a 14, Denmark with a 19, and Spain with that unfortunate early elimination. But plenty of a way to go yet, and of course those slightly unfortunate scores could be dropped. As we go back to Denmark now then, to Zander Reinhold Fredslund. Zander rides Katarina ASK. Not necessarily the most experienced combination in our field. Been competing in some of the small tour classes recently, but this is a fairly new partnership and is a horse brought on by Soren Moller Röder, who's competed this horse in the young horse classes and up to 3-star level to some really good success. Plenty of top 10 placings, plenty of podium finishes for the horse with Soren. A great partner now for Xander to tackle these children's classes. Well, it's just that one pole down. It's a better result for the Danish team. One pole down is going to give them a minimum score of 4. So even if their third and fourth riders can jump clear, we'll be on to a score of 4 for the Danish team. Well, of course, we are on to the children's competition here this morning. The height of the fences is 1.30 m. So now on to Portugal. 1 clear already for the team. And Eduarda Borges is up next, riding Major's Pleasure. Has a really good look at the wall, very deep in there after having a good look at that fence, but doesn't cause them any problems. Oh, what a pity. That tricky line down from 7 to 8 has caught a couple of people out. Just a couple of fences left then for this pair from Portugal. And the final fence goes as well. She's also a fraction over the time allowed, so it's going to be a score of 10, 8 for jumping and 2 for time. Of course, we pick up 1 time penalty for every second started over the time allowed, so the time allowed being 86 seconds. 87.05 is going to give them 2 time penalties.
Next morning 2009 van Cashmere van Schuttershof uit de winning van Dakar, representing Italy.
So back to Italy now then, another team with a clear on the board at an early stage. This is now Sherry Delphi Maquinez, riding Diplomat. Sherry was part of the Nations Cup team at Compiègne on that second place team. Jumped a good clear in round 1 there. But with Diplomat has been contesting quite a lot of these competitive children's classes to great success. They had a win in Arezzo in March. That was in a 2-star speed class. Also had a second place in the children's speed class at Busto Arsizio. They're really experienced up to this 1.30 m level. And this is going very quickly. You can see why this pair performed really well in the speed competitions. And Italy now have 2 clears. Couldn't be better for the Italian team at this stage. With 2 clears on the board. The French team are going to be the next to take to the stage with Esteve Goffinet. Esteve rides Austral de la Fosse. She's brought this horse up from the amateur classes in France. Now to be selected for her country is such an honour. We're working on an early 4. Just had one pole down in the Children's Grand Prix at Compiègne. Really speedy through that 5 striding line down to fence 8. Well, very speedily round this turn as well for Estève Goffinet. She has got bags of time to get home. Oh, what a shame, but the pace has just caused her to have second part of the double down. Has a knock-on effect then to the final fence as well. She is nearly 10 seconds inside the time allowed. Unfortunately, though, that will be a score of 12.
Another that's Nicolas Calvo-Terran uit Spanje met Corina, second rider representing Spain.
We gaan naar Nederland. 1-4 Victorie. Binnenkomen met nummer 12 VPL.
All right, then back to Spain. Now, Spain are in a little bit of a tricky position as their first rider was unfortunately eliminated. So all scores now must count for the Spanish team, and their second rider is Nicolas Calvo-Terran with Corina. Again, Nicolas competed at Compiègne. Just one pole down across the 2 rounds. That was with his other horse, though, Xanadu de Olid. Corina is an 8-year-old mare selected by Nicolas for today's competition. Sadly, the wall causing problems once again. It is quite eye-catching. Oh, he'll circle back round. Oh, that's such a shame. Well, sadly, with 2 refusals at the wall, it's going to be elimination for Nicolas Calvo-Terran, and the day is just falling apart for the Spanish team. They have to have 3 counting scores, and unfortunately now 2 eliminations. He's going to eliminate the team from this morning's competition. It is all over for the Spanish contingent. Back to Great Britain now then, to Honey Bowles with Javas Al Cid. A 3rd Nations Cup appearance of the year for this combination. She jumped a clear round in Stuchovice and just dropped 1 pole across 2 rounds in Compiègne to finish with the team in 2nd. Javas Al Cid, an 8-year-old gelding, owned by John Bowes. Great breeding on this horse as well. He's by Louis Dam, out of a cruising mare. Oh, what a shame. Well, for Honey Bowles, it's a quite sizable splash in the water. And we'll just wait for that score to update, but that will incur her 4 penalties. Well, 82.23 is a great time for Honey Bowles, but she'll pick up 4 penalties for that hoof in the water.
met die kleine lady van de die kleine lord. Representing Poland.
Norway finished clear in 69.27 seconds. Vastgeronden voor Emma Kalula. Het powerbeul van de heffing in 69 honderdste
Back to Poland now then. Paulina Sloniek is their second rider in with Decliner Lady. Paulina, again, a really experienced competitor, uses her body really well to maintain the balance through the triple combination there. She's won Children's Grand Prix with this horse before. She also competed at the European Championships. Then competed at Linz Ebelsberg. There, though, just in the individual competitions. So a really experienced Nations Cup competitor, but her first appearance of the season. Well, shows all their class as they come down that final line, and it's 2 clears now for the Polish team. They match that score of Italy with 2 clears.
En daar hebben we ook Polen 2 combinaties gehad, 2 combinaties foutloos. Duitsland nu, de 2 combinatie Emma Hertz en Generode met Vienna. Langs de discountmaal Giacomo. Second rider for Germany.
On then to Germany now. Emma Hertz-Eichenrode with Vienna 103. Combination from the Nations Cup at Zuidwolde, where they actually jumped 3 clear rounds. They were selected for the jump off there as well. Emma also competes in the pony categories, in the Ponies Nations Cup as well. She's actually competed, this 10-year-old mare, in some really high-profile children's competitions, the likes of Hagen at Valkenswaard, Leipzig as well. She's won 5 classes with Vienna. A brilliant combination to have on the squad. And comes home with 2 poles down in the end, so that's going to be the minimum score for the German team. Could mean that we'll see a shake-up in the season standings. Germany, of course, being the second place team in our season standings, that score of 260, but as it stands, they are starting to drop away. Your leading team from the season are up next, though. It's Maurice Riquier with Casino Royale van der Hunters. Maurice just dropped 1 pole at Compiègne. Strong, strong performance. The most experienced to the -25 height. Is set at -30.
deze coördinatie ingemaakt
Well,
tussen
good at the water,
de
just inside.
of
Yeah, just outside, excuse me, the area available.
Stadverband Cornwall.
So won't be incurring anything there.
Coördinatie nummer 9. Ook voor Noorwegen. Het is ONA van de Heerlijkheid. De media uit 2014 van Kanaal Malzahne. Gegeven door Mikael Vidin Nielsen. Norway.
Well, comes home with a score of 6 for Maurice Riquier of Belgium. Those time penalties can be absolutely crucial.
Hedda Brunes uit Zweden met 4 taal. De mee van Vergiteer Linton, representing Sweden.
And then to Sweden, to Hedda Brunes. With Vienta. Second Nations Cup of the year for Hedda. He's eliminated at Centaur Park with XIT. Vienta, though, a 10-year-old Swedish-bred mare. Sadly not going her way here today once again. That's such a shame. Unfortunately, it will be elimination for the Swedish competitor. With the 2 refusals. Well, our next competitor is very swiftly into the ring. For Norway, it's Hedda Solberg Jacobsen. Hedda Brunes, followed by Hedda Solberg Jacobsen. Hedda rides La Perla Va. Making quite a tight circle here before the timers. Looks like she just got that in before she went through the starting markers. Just needs to keep that momentum forward. Norwegian team with a score of 4 from their first rider, and Hedda Solberg Jacobsen just taking a little bit of a steady approach around here with La Perla. Oh, just gets a little deep under the Ladybird fence there. Had a part of that winning team in Drammen. She's also placed in the top 5 in a couple of children's Grand Prix as well. Just drops 1 pole. And the time is 83.74. So comes home just on the 4. Well, we bring you one more rider before we take a short break. Just a short drag break. It's the turn of Stella Hilligers for the home nation of the Netherlands. Stella rides Circuit de la Haye. Again, European Championships rider as well as a Nations Cup final rider. Those there with the horse Go Go. Circuit de la Haye, a relatively new ride. Just won for the last couple of months. Previously with Joost Martens of the Netherlands and Alma Ranebo of Sweden in the interim period. But Stella's already had 2 top 10 placings with this horse, one being in the Nations Cup at Centaur Park. So just had 1 pole down in the Children's Grand Prix there. Nice forward jumping. Plenty of time down to the final fence. But again, it's a perfect start for the Dutch team for the Netherlands, this home nation. 2 clear rounds already. Well, we take a short drag break now. 12 minutes is the predicted time for that drag break before we bring you the 3rd and 4th riders for this team competition. Stay with us. We'll be bringing you all of that action live on FEI TV in just over 10 minutes' time.
2010 geboren ruim van Cassini en de 2 meiden van Jan Bos. Nummer 12 voor Polen. Bovenop 8 strafpunten in het voorkeurs 4 voor de tijd. 3 voor tijd. 1 voor Zitten. De kandidaat Veronica en commandante. Wordt weg in het eerste deel. We gaan naar startbureau 13 en zien we komt Filibus in het jaar 2013. Wordt door Anna NED voor Denemarken. Denemarken nummer 14. to 71.18 seconds to walk in the competition. Staying at Denmark with Sophie Conradsen. Reporting on this with Zuidwolde, Sky Picture. scored the goal 34.11 seconds. Afstrafpunt, dames en heren. In de tijd 74 1100ste van een seconde. Junioren small tour 3 meter.
Pudding, de wegvalprijs, dames en heren, dadelijk gaan we verder met de derde ruiters, de Amazones van de 12 landen in de Nations Cup voor de children, de Pudding weegvalprijs. Pudding weegval heeft op het gebied van de grondweg en van het bal meer dan 50 jaar een uitstekende naam hoog te houden. We hebben het over tientallen vakbekwame medewerkers en een eigen wagen- en machinepark. En dat stelt ons in staat kwaliteit te leveren en te borgen. Vanwege onze omvang niet te groot en niet te klein, leveren wij uitstekende diensten met een hoge mate van flexibiliteit. De derde deelnemers nu van de 12 landen in de Jankje Bubdekker Arena, de Bunning Wegenbal Prize, de Nations Cup Children.
Oh, welcome back to this Nations Cup competition from Zuidwolde. We're on the children's category. First up this morning, fencers 1.30 m in height, and we have a few teams who could possibly finish on a clean sheet in round one. Of course, it's a 2-round competition, so their scores from both rounds have to be added together, the best 3 scores per round. The first team into the ring for round one is Denmark. And we'll continue on with our list of teams, 1 rider per team, until we have brought you all 4. It's the turn of Holger Hastrup Christensen. First up for the Danish team with Cavallino. Again, a rider who's already competed on this series this year. Zuidwolde with Cavallino for a great double clear, as well as in Drammen with Ranger Van ter Zittert. Not quite so successful, but returns to this 12-year-old gelding. Cavallino for today's competition. The horse has been ridden by Holger and also by Cecily Kjær quite extensively. They come here from a run of 5 top 10 placings in a row. 9th in the Children's Grand Prix at Drammen, 5th in the Children's Big Tour competition there, and successes at Kronenberg recently as well. Steadies into the double. But it's been a very quick round. She could take her time down that final line, and the time of 70.34 is 16 seconds inside our time allowed. But it's clear for Holger Hastrup Christensen with Cavallino. Best performance so far of the Danish team. Our next team up is Portugal. Lovely conditions in Zuidwolde. Of course, we are in the Netherlands for the 7th leg of this 2024 running of the series. Just 3 legs remain, and Belgium are your season leaders at the moment. But with 12 teams here today, there's plenty of opportunity for a lot of these teams to really make up time, make up the scores. and climb their way up the rankings. So we're just waiting for the next competitor who will represent Portugal. It will be Mafalda Remau Rente. Portugal have 1 clear and 1 10 faulting score on their score sheet so far. That's going to be the third rider into the ring for the Portuguese team.
Strafpunten. We gaan door met de derde combinatie voor Portugal. Mafalda Remau Rente.
Here we go then. It's Mafalda Remau Rente with Facunda. Facunda is an 11-year-old mare by Cascadello. Competition taking place in Zuidwolde in the Netherlands. Mafalda, not necessarily the most experienced competitor on our list, and having a little bit of a problem here at a fairly early stage. Sadly, a refusal already. But good to see them over that fence at the second time. And unfortunately, just again doesn't quite have the impulsion, so they sort of grind to a halt there at fence 3. That's going to be a second refusal and unfortunately elimination. Pity for that combination, as they haven't had too many international starts together, but they have actually jumped 3 clears. All those coming this year already. That performance is going to put Portugal onto a team score of 10. But a team in a very good position as it stands are Italy. Their third rider is Gabriel Zanni-Minucci. Gabriel rides Diablo Z, who's a 12-year-old gelding by Diamond de Semi. First Nations Cup appearance for Gabriel. This is a former rider of Martina Guerrieri. But Gabriel's finished in the top 10 7 times already with this horse, those coming in 2024 alone. Just could do with keeping a little bit straighter towards the Ladybirds. Keeps the fence up. Well, some great support from the crowd for the Italian team as well, and appreciative of that fantastic performance. It's a third clear round for the Italians, so they will go through to round 2 on a 0 score. Regardless of what their final rider does, it's clear for Italy. They sit in third in the season standings. A win, a second and a third so far for them, so could be a good opportunity to climb up the rankings. France are up next. Their third rider is Chloe Tehami with Contessa de TGZ. Second Nations Cup appearance for this pair. Jumped a double clear at Compiègne. just chips in to get a bit deep into the triple combination, but Contessa is such a great, honest horse. Lovely jumping through there. She's 14-year-old mare. Takes the 5 strides on a little bit of a bending line to fence 8. Getting a bit more of an efficient line. Ah, what a shame. Gets a bit pacey to the Ladybirds. Very successful in the amateur classes. So it's well inside the time allowed, but it's 2 down for Chloe Tehami and for the French team. Gives them a minimum score of 8 for round 1. On to Spain then now, to Paula Regil Cunharo. Herald Sorge is the ride. Sadly, 2 eliminations for the Spanish team so far. And we're now working on the 8 after 2 fences with a refusal and a knockdown. Speedy through the triple. Of course, it's not going to be a top placing for the Spanish team today. Score's going to be 19 for Paula Regil Cunharo. With Herald Sorge. We go now to Great Britain. Their third rider is going to be Tabby Morgan-Evans. This is Tabby's second spot on a Nations Cup team. She jumped in the Czech Republic in April for a triple clear with this horse, Bermudez BDA. Bermudez is an 11-year-old gelding, former ride of Sienna Lanai, and with whom this horse has competed in other Nations Cups as well as the European Championships. Well, great performance for Tabby Morgan-Evans and Bermudez BDA. Gets a clear round. Great Britain still within a chance of finishing on a 0 score. Italy would be the team that are already doing that.
Great sprinter. Vandoor met Polen, Adam Kosminski. Vanuit hier Charlton, vanuit Quasimodo set, de third rider voor Polen.
On then to Poland now, another team with 2 clears on the board already, and their third rider is Adam Goszinski. Adam rides Charlton. We're looking for a clear to keep them level with Italy. This combination had a little bit of a tricky round in round 1 in Austria and Linz-Ebelsberg, but just dropped 1 pole across 2 rounds at Centaur Park. Also jumped really well in the Nations Cup last year in a good few performances. Charlton's a 17-year-old gelding. Poland, of course, with 2 riders still to come. Well, it's a score of 12 in the end for Adam Goszinski and Charlton for the Polish team, but they still have the 2 clears, so there's still the potential to finish on a 0 score. We still have 1 rider to come.
Representing Germany.
So let's go to Germany now then. It's Hannes Huthwelker with Quinn 67. A little bit of encouragement from the sidelines there for Hannes to just get a little bit more forward momentum. That looks better. Takes quite the pull though coming into the triple. Still need to keep that forward motion. Nicely ridden there. This is their second Nations Cup together. Jumped double clear and then 1 down in a jump off at Zduchowice. Gave the team a 2nd place finish. One down at the moment for Hannes Huthwelker. Safely inside the time allowed, but it's going to be 2 poles down in the end for Hannes Huthwelker and Quinn 67. Minimum score for the German team is going to be 16. With that in mind, 2 8-faulting rounds and a 14. Well, Ella Bomere is a really experienced competitor on this Nations Cup circuit, riding for that leading team of Belgium. She contributed to their win at Zduchowice with a great double clear. Also just dropped a couple of poles in Compiègne to help them to a 2nd place finish. But she's been on the winning Nations Cup team in the past runnings of this series as well. And Moonshine Vante Ameldonk, Z is her right. a 9-year-old mare, also formerly ridden by Estee Bomeret, as well as Bart Bomeret, who competed this horse in the 7- and 8-year-old classes just last year. Perfectly judged for time, makes use of the time available as well. But for Belgium's Ella Bomeret, it's a clear round. Nothing to add. Once again, it's going to come down to the final rider to see what their final team score will be.
We hadden ons programma volgen met Zweden, dan met Johnson Hansen, de mini van Alphanix, the red rider representing Sweden.
Well, another familiar face is Jonathan Hansen with Miu van Overis riding for Sweden. Sweden, of course, with that unlucky elimination for their second rider. It means that this has to be a counting score. Combination was double clear in Drammen, part of the third place team there. He also jumped to double clear at Centaur Park. That though was with Mac-Jack Courtier. Quite incredible that Jonathan hasn't jumped at a European Championships yet, because he's got two very consistent rides in Miu van Overis and Mac-Jack Courtier. Miu is a former rider of Gilles Thomas, of course, absolutely at the top of the sport. And there is plenty of time available here. Oof. And they very much need that time, taking such a steady approach through the double. That's unfortunate, because this has been jumping beautifully, but they just don't get the right approach into the double. Just going to result in one down, though, for Jonathan Hansen. Puts the Swedish team on to a score of 4.
Noorwegen nu met Twiggy Jorstina Sander rijdt in Quinn van Hengst Tender. Norway, number 35.
Well, for Norway now, it's the turn of Twiggy Josefine Os Sander. Twiggy rides Quinine. Again, second Nations Cup appearance for this pair, part of the winning team in Drammen. She also placed 5th in the Children's Grand Prix there in the second week, and 2nd in the first week.
For Portugal, Alfonso Salvador Bento en time 18.60 seconds. De mooie resultaat geweest in combinatie. Daar is de plaats in het klassement. En wij gaan naar startnummer 23.
Sadly down.
2020 geboren.
And in a height there.
Van de FEI door Romain Saret.
Again, deep into the double. Well, it's 2 down for Twiggy Josefine Os Sander. Gives her a score of 8. And Norway move up to a score of 9 at of 8 at a minimum.
De derde combinatie nu voor Nederland. Dat is de Ozone Manipulation met galopke Z. Zangzijde pad van Gidam Sandal Wizard. The third rider representing the Netherlands,
We're back to the home team now then for their third rider. It's Meka Lusink. Meka rides Galop Z.
12 startpunten, dus een tijd van 69,54 honderdste van een seconde. 12 volts in the course. 69,54.
This is just their second international show of the year. Part of the second place team at Linz Ebelsberg. Just time penalties in round 1. And then a clear in round 2 there. Galopka, just an 8-year-old mare, so fairly young ride. Well, quite speedily round here. Meka Lusink certainly not going to have any problems in terms of time. And gets the clear. Brilliantly done for the home team. It's 3 clears now for the Netherlands. So regardless of their final rider score, they will finish on a 0 for round 1.
Alle derde combinaties nu gehad. We gaan nu naar de laatste combinaties van de 12 landen in de Bunning-Wegenwaal-prijs. Dit is de Cup Children. En dan is de laatste combinatie voor Denemarken. Stilhartlief Nielsen. Met Corona de la Rock. Dan heeft Canada Quick Star.
So 1 rider still to come per team then. For Denmark, their final rider is Silla Hartvig Nielsen with Kimono de la Rock. Silla won the Children's Grand Prix at Drammen a couple of weeks ago with this horse. Was competing there in the Ponies Nations Cup. Jumped this horse in the Nations Cup at in the Czech Republic at Zdušovice. Kimono de la Rock is 20 years old. The oldest horse in our field. But this is a great combination. Actually won 4 classes together in the last 6 months. Drops just 1 pole in this first round of competition here in Zuidwolde in the Netherlands. So that means that they'll drop the score of 19 and they will count 2 4-faulting scores and declare the score for the Danish team is going to be 8. Portuguese team come forward now with Felipe Miguens Malta da Costa, with the ride Elton de Saint-Jean, Portuguese team have 1 elimination, so this must be a counting score. Elton de Saint-Jean is a 10-year-old gelding. And this is a First Nations Cup appearance for this pair. They've been jumping well on the Sunshine Tour. Had a good second place finish in a 140 class there with a double clear. Good through the double. Just needs to be careful of the time. But gets there, very popular result there as well. So it's clear for Felipe Miguens, Malta da Costa and Elton de Saint-Jean of Portugal. They'll discount their elimination and the team total will be 10 for the Portuguese team. Well, the final rider for Italy is going to come forward. It's Antonio Spano with Little Painted DN. Italy already with the 3 clears. Just trying to keep the balance there. A little bit of an exuberant move from Little Painted DN. It's an 8-year-old stallion. And yeah, just gets a little bit quick and deep into the triple. But no matter, there's already 3 clears for the Italian team. Takes a circle now before fence 7. Just takes the opportunity to try to rebalance. Puts the hand up to retire then. But as I say, no matter for the Italian team. They still have their 3 clears.
En dat is dan ook het wedstrijdresultaat voor deze combinatie. En daarmee komt Italië op 0 strafpunten. Frankrijk nu, de 4e combinatie. Zoe Vagion-Ledy met Arcana Mespierre.
For France now then, it's Zoe Vagion-Ledy with Arcana Mespierre. Zoe, part of the silver medal winning team at the Europeans last year. Got a striking look here with this pink hat. But again, lots of Nations Cup appearances, and they rode at the Nations Cup final as well as a combination. Very naturally quick mare. She's actually had a good few wins with this horse over their career together. Well, it is going to be clear for the French competitor. Nothing to add at all for Zoe Vagion-Ledy. Continues that great run of form and proves her place on this team. France will drop the score of 12. They'll count 2 clears and an 8 to come forward with a score of 8 from round 1.
Number 41, the last competitor representing Spain.
Heel bijzonder jammer voor deze combinatie de bal. Dat betekent dat we 4 strafpunten gaan noteren. We zien een tijd van 34 honderdste van een seconde.
Well, it's an early fence down for Lucas Morote Soria of Spain with Gabriela Manchiaze. The Spanish team sadly out of the running with their 2 eliminations. They are, of course, entitled to come forward in any case. Well, the score will be 8 for the Spanish rider, but as a team they will be eliminated. They must have 3 counting scores, so no final result for the Spanish team. It's going to be elimination.
To third place with 067.02 seconds. Zuidwolde en Caravera. Fourth zone arena, Leonor Acevedo e Silva with room to Nori. Angel thereby Juan Tempo, second line Voltaire. Cadetten Portugal.
So we go to Lottie Adams of Great Britain now. Lottie rides Khaleesi OL. Great Britain with 2 clears and a 4 faulting score. Would be really impressive if Lottie can get a clear and keep them at the top of the tree. Just dropped 1 pole across 2 rounds at Compiègne. Oh, really deep to the Ladybirds, but comes off for her. Just 1 pole down then for Lottie Adams and Khaleesi. That means that Great Britain will drop one of their scores of 4 and their team total is 4.
We hadden met Polen en dan met Helena Gara. Rijdt hier Carbonara en Kavelings komt centraal snel start Kata.
Het is de volgende Amazone die we hier in de Jaapbroek Arena zien voor België. Ditje van het Schop. Van 2009 van Toulon.
Let's continue on then to Poland. Again, another team with 2 clears on the board. Their final rider is Helena Gola, who rides Carbonara MK. Double clear in the Nations Cup in Austria at Linz-Elberberg. Also double clear at Duchovice as well. So they've really proven their spot on this team. Lena's been competing this horse in the Nations Cup since 2022. So a real stalwart of the team. Oh, sadly a pole down now. Steady into the double. Well, what a fantastic combination. It's really experienced in this Nations Cup series. It's just going to be 1 down for Helena Gola. And that gives the Polish team a score of 4 overall.
In deze eerste ronde voor Polen zit al 4 penalty points.
Germany are the next team to complete round 1. They're on a score of 16 at the moment, with 2. That is up next. Brown rides Carrero TZ, who's owned by Carson Cunnings. at Linz Ebelsberg. She actually competed in both the Children's and the Ponies Nations Cup. Contributed to third place finishes in both of those. Those were with both with different horses though. Carrero TZ. This is just their second start together. They finished second in a children's jump-off class in Austria, and then third in the big tour there. Horse well developed by Carson Cunnings and by Hedda Wallin in the past as well.
Starting with the trot, number 30, first Sweden, Lynn Arvidsson with Art.
4 strafpunten in de tijd van 79,9.
Well, it's going to be just one pole down for Brianne Bierbaum. They'll drop the score of 14 and 2 scores of 8 plus a score of 4 for Germany is going to put them to a team total of 20. Back to Belgium now then, your season leaders. It's Jitske van den Einde. Jitske rides Miara STBZ. Double clear at Centaur Park in the Nations Cup, and a former European Championship rider as well. But again, very experienced combination, not only from this year's running of this Nations Cup series, but from last year's as well. Well, Jitske has plenty of time to get home here. You can just really take it steady down this final line, but absolutely perfectly done. Could not be better for the Belgian team. They lead the way for a reason in this series. 3 clears now gives them a score of 0 in round 1. They match the score of Italy, and they will be at the top of the tree going into round 2. Of course, we'll go in reverse order of placing in round 2.
Representing Sweden.
Final rider for Sweden is Henrik Groen with Quasia Vanta Eigenlon. Or Eigenlo, in fact. By Vagabond de la Pomme. First Nations Cup appearance for Hendrik. Quasia Vanta Eigenlo, this 8-year-old mare. Hendrik's really competed up to the metre 25 level so far, so this is a little bit of a stiffer test. Well, safely through the finishing timers for Henrik Groen of Sweden. 1 pole down is going to give the team a score of 8, so we'll just count that elimination. And the Swedish score as a team is 8.
Penalty points in the first round. Laatste combinatie nu voor Noorwegen en dat is Elsa Gunilla Sandven met Casimiro Cese.
The final rider for Team Norway is Elsa Gunilla Sandven, who rides Casemiro CC. In contesting the Children's Grand Prix with this horse, as well as some one-star competitions on the Sunshine Tour. Well, yes, these competitors, children on horses competing over metre 30 fences. Elsa Gunilla Sandven with this Casemiro. Who's by Kachas out of a mare by Contender. Big cheers going up as well for the Norwegian competitor to get the clear. Well, apologies, everybody. We just have concluded the first round of this Children's Nations Cup competition. Leading the way at the top of the tree, we have Team Netherlands with a 0 score. Equally, Team Belgium and Team Italy finish on a 0 score as well. Poland and Great Britain are on a score of 4, and then the placings continue down with Sweden and Norway and France being on a score of 8.
Om 11 uur gaan we ons programma laten volgen en dan hebben we de winning weggebouwde Big Tour for the Children in between. We will start at 11 o'clock. The second round for the children. The Nations Cup children, the second round. It will be at 12.10 op 10:12 en daarin zien we de 8 beste landen naar aanleiding van de eerste ronde. En die 8 beste landen, dat is tevens op de startvolgorde. Denemarken, Frankrijk, Noorwegen, Polen, Italië, Groot-Brittannië, België en dan als laatste Nederland. The 8 nations qualified for the second round. It will be also the starting order. We start with Denmark, then France, third to Norway, then Poland, then Italy, Great Britain, Belgium, and then the Netherlands.
Max en Schoorman voor Duitsland. De volgende ruimte met Loro als Garcia. Great result for Germany. They are up 61.01 seconds to a third place in this competition. Maxen Schoorman naar een derde plaatsing van Manchester 0-100ste van een seconde. We gaan kijken naar Zwitserland, Casilda Rafi met Kenya DB, de Mary Ricciaro van Tanlido. Voor de running with Weerlijn 40 for Switzerland. alles komt er. Vooral komen we weer een voor de dat wel gaat voorlaat locatie met een 1-1 advantages, the 2 goal for Great Britain, voor aanval Royal. De Guards, België van 2001, naar de Guards worden over Corner and Prince Girl in Q1 for 1988. Also is nominated for Great Britain, Nora or Willow. Punten, dat was de resultaat van de 5 heeft gewonnen van het onder. Alleen winnares geworden in deze voorhalfwereldprijs. Het was medaille Olivia scoorde met Prince Girl. The winner of this competition juniors all goes for Great Britain, Olivia Scoorde. De top 5 straks iedereen voor de rechtsafdeling, dames en heren. Groot-Brittannië, winnares op de tweede plaats Zweden, Lin Arkensen. Derde plaats voor Maximus Storman. Op de plaats dan België en Bekers. En de vijfde plaats Nederlandse formatie Sierenland en Parlement. Top 5 de few moments in the arena voor de flag-giving ceremony. De Verenigde Sweden, Germany, Belgium en de Netherlands. gift ceremony, we have a break 10 minutes before 12 o'clock. We have the next competition, and that is the Young Riders Small Tour. So the first gift ceremony, short break 10 minutes before 12. We start with the next competition, Young Riders Small Tour. En dan even een oproep aan de eigenaar van de Volvo CX-40 met het kenteken SJ 723M met spoed uw auto verplaatsen. De eigenaar van de Nederlandse Volvo XC60 met het kenteken SJ 723M met spoed uw auto verplaatsen.
Winning Wegbouwprijs, dames en heren, zodra met de Big Tour for the Children in Between, de wedstrijd direct op tijd ontworpen door onze course designer, de heer Henk Linders. In samenwerking met Martin Jansman, Jacques Meuleman en Arno Zegers. Ontworpen volgens het tabel A, de snelheid 350 meter per minuut, lengte van het parcours 500 meter en er zijn toegestaan tijd van 86 seconden, 12 hindernissen, 15 sprongen. Donna and Dakota, please leave the arena. We are not starting the between. About a few minutes, but not now. Please leave the arena. And you have to wait for the arena. So please leave the arena. Thank you.
De 6 hoogste plaatsen zijn de ring binnenkomen om hun mensen in ontvangst te gaan nemen. Dat zit in de arena voor de Thanksgiving ceremony. En geef een applaus voor de winnares. Er kan er maar één de beste zijn. Dat was zij, Olivia Sponer. For Great Britain, the winner, Olivia Sponer with Crazy Girl. zo'n moment namens de organisatie bedankt u iets mee is aan deze vermogen illustraties te geven aan deze Amazone uit Groot-Brittannië. De tweede plaats, second place voor Sweden, Lynn Arvidsson. En de third place voor Germany, Max Sportman. Fourth place, Nederland, België, Jeff Peters. En dan de Nederlandse coördinatie op de vijfde plaats, applaus voor Simon Leemans. En de zesde plaats, die is voor de Amazone die als eerste publiek hier begon. Dat is Vera Salminen met de Casino van Finland.
De Bunning Digitaalprijs, de Victor Children in Between. We gaan van start, dan zien we met de eerste combinatie uit Hongarije. En dat is Dalma Petjovski met Maybe van de Mylord Kantaga.
Hier tijdens dus Victor 2024 in Zuidwolde. Eerste publiek, dames en heren, hier op deze donderdagochtend. De registraties die zijn overhandigd. Dit wordt nog even weer opgehangen natuurlijk. Dan gaan we over naar de eerste ronde. Round of honor voor de winner, ladies and gentlemen, Olympia Sponen. Great result in the Motorhome Janssen Prize, the top 6 after the prize giving ceremony. De scoreacties, de beste 6 zijn waren 2000 aanwezig in de prijsbewerking. En je ziet het, ondertussen wordt er alweer hard gewerkt. Want om 10 voor 12 dan zullen wij aanvang gaan nemen met de volgende rubriek hier in de Jaapbroek Arena. En dat is de small tour voor de Young Riders. Next competition is World 12. Young Riders is small tour in de Jaapbroek Arena.
De eerste combinatie, dames en heren, in between de Victor Children, Dalma Petjovski en Maybe. We noteren de vaartloos parcours binnen de tijd. 85 100ste seconde, clearing 85.01. Ga door met de Dakota Monedani van Zuid-Spanje, Flores van Ext Carpaccio. Nogmaals, de tweede horseman, dat betekent uitsluiting voor de coördinatie uit Spanje. Daar komt Molina de Vlas met Flores. Second review show, eliminated formation from Spain. Dringend verzoek aan de eigenaar van het Volvo met kenteken SJ723N. U staat sportief geparkeerd. Dringend verzoek aan u om uw auto te verplaatsen. De eigenaar van de Volvo SJ723N. We gaan ons programma volgen met coördinatie uit Zweden. Nicky Andersen. KT Kabak. Vanuit de Commercial New Balance. Representing Sweden. We hebben natuurlijk 4 strafpunten in de tijd van 72, 23 seconden voor penalty points, 72 points in 23. Nicky Andersen en KT Kabak. Nederlands samenzonen nu, en dat is Mini Vos met Fire de Beausoleil van de hengst Esteral de Bois. De vierde combinatie in de bidding Wegendaal prijs. Representing the Netherlands, Mini Vos. Nou ja, want jammer dat tweede horseman, de second review zal eliminated minibus en Zuidwolde. België nu met Chanel de Hoek en Camille van der Lent, Akker Zet, zangerzijde van de Berg, geboren in 2016 van Camille Paul. Representing België. Tweede combinatie-uitsluiting voor Chanel de Roek en Camille van Letakker zet de second review zal eliminated. Melody Ollinger, de volgende combinatie uit Zweden, representing Sweden. Low Hill, I Know That. Van Crack the Diamond. Zweden die aanzet met Melody Ollinger in de bedoeling weeggebouwd bereik. Twaalf strafpunten 84,69, 12 penalty points, 84.69. Results Melody Ollinger en Low Hill, I Know That. Dan horen we net de combinatie uit Polen. Susanna Kusradi, Renzi Uraka, en Hengst Balustini. Representing Poland. De zevende combinatie in Victor Children in Between. Ja, Varkos. De eerste combinatie Varkos op de tweede is het 74 90 honderdste seconde. Clearance 74.90 seconds in de lead. Daarmee nu aan de leiding Susanna Kusarali met Uraka. 74 90 honderdste seconde. De time to lead 74.90. Tweede combinatie nu voor Polen, dat is Lina Kurenza met Sherlock van de Shandor. 4 strafpunten, 81,72 voor penalty points, 81.72, Lila Kulasai Sherlock. Maar door met Baptiste Boku uit Frankrijk, met de jersey van Hengst Camparo. De 9e combinatie in de winning, leefbaalprijs, de Victor Children in Between, in de lead, Susanna Kujardi met 74.90, it's still the time to beat. Vier strafpunten, 83,74 voor penalty points, 83.74, Baptiste Boku en Inamour de jersey. Italië met Ginevra Arrica, met Burberry de Tedderings, van Ex-Cargento uit de merrie van Manhattan, representing Italy. Vier strafpunten, 80 en 1200 seconden de tijd voor penalty points, 80 points and 12 seconds, Ginevra Arrica en Burberry de Netherlands. Gaan we met Finland, terwijl met Isabel Alston en Haya, Berry, geboren in 2012 van Berlin, Malquidam de Rebel, representing Finland. De tweede achterstrafpunt in de tijd van 78 honderdste seconden voor Isabel Onsel en Haya. 8:78.70 seconds. Italië nu met Andrea Pizzani, Giovanni JT Set van Engste Kajastal Cartago Set, representing Italy. Bagaus 81,60, clearing 81.60 seconds, Andrea Pizzani en Jean-Marc JT Z. 81,60 en daarmee vloog naar de tweede plaats in het klassement, de second position so far. Italy, Susanna Kusherawi met Uraka, 74.90, it's the time to beat. Hadden met Zweden met Vidal Bergstraat en Beryl de Van. Nakoming van de diamanten, de Sibling. Vier strafpunten, 1 erbij voor de tijd, 5 totaal, 86,92 in total 5 holds, including 1 time penalty, 86.92. Results Vigo Bergstad en Beryl de Van. Ga door met de Nederlandse zelfzoon en Lieselotte Gordemans. Bereikt hier Mini van HD, van Hengst I'm Special, de Muze. Representing the Netherlands. Ja, Van Klaus, mooie tijd 79, 34 seconde, clearance 79.34. En dat is de tweede tijd op dit moment. Dus voorlopig naar de tweede plaats, second position, so far. Wisland Koormans en Lili van HD. We gaan door met België met Robin Vermeer en Diamantina Sint van Hengst, de Diamanten de Simony. Representing Belgium. Van Klaus 81,03, Karen 81.03, representing Belgium, Robin Vermeer en Diamantina Z. Derde plaats op dit moment, de third position so far. Gaan we verder met Groot-Brittannië en dan met Olivia Brightmore. Met hier Chico de la Mosas van Hengst Lord Z. De 16e combinatie in de Victor Silver Eventueel op de Tuning, 9 prijs. In totaal 29 strafpunten, total 29 faults, including 17 time penalties. Results Olivia Brightmore, representing Great Britain. Blijven in Groot-Brittannië. We gaan door met de Ted Bastiaan Minson. Vanuit Forest Ranger OL. Dan komt die van Kalanimal. naast de tweede horseman, de secondary view shall eliminated Ted Bastiansson en de Forest Ranger OL. 8 combinaties nog, 8 to go. Then the prize giving ceremony, and we expect the 6 highest places with horse for the prize giving ceremony. In the lead, Susanna Gezari. Second place now, Lieselot Kormans. The third place, Robin Vermeer. The fourth place at this moment, Andrea Pizzani. We gaan door met Spanje, wel met Charlize O'Connor-Cabal. En hier Cadans. Carlos 80,96, Leeuwen 80.96 seconds, Charlize O'Connor-Cabal. Carlos 80,96, derde plaats op dit moment, de third position so far. Marie Wilkier, de volgende combinatie uit Duitsland met top 10 Sibley van Heekse Guidam de Rende. Tweede horseman uitsluiting voor de Duitse combinatie Marie Nieuwkerk en top 10 Simony. Second review shall eliminated. Number 19 at the starting order. 6 to go. Then the prize giving ceremony. Nog 6 en dan de prijsuitreiking. De Budding Weegbaalprijs. Ga door met Vanessa Heikova. De Tsjechian Republic. Met de Merry Illusion.
ruimte om van boord te kennen voor de ruimste Amazones en die straks zullen starten in de Young Riders Small Tour. Springtour in 2020.
Geen slipfout in het parcours, 4 strafpunten, 81,21 voor penalty points, 81.21, results Vanessa, Aikava en Illusion. Anne Willemsen uit Nederland met Estoril, de volgende combinatie, nakomeling van Calvaro naar Concorde, representing the Netherlands.
Nederland zich dan als eerste gaan opstellen in de Zuidwolde. Voor je sponsoren hier tijdens het weekend, de Food Meadows, komt onze aan Britse Young Riders Small Tour. De correctie, het is een hoogte van 1 meter 40, dus voor de Young Riders Small Tour. Dat zijn de mooie 37 combinaties. En aan combinatie 19, dan verwacht hij wat pauze. Maar die mag te prepareren door het tweede gedeelte. Dat is onze richting hoog centraal voor in het veld. De combinatie gaat zich in de landen zullen dus aan de start verschijnen. In less than 10 minutes, the next competition will be at Book Arena, the Food Meadows Prize. Young Riders is small tour with an high 1 meter 40. 37 combination in this competition and third number 19 where the short break arena for the second group. Doors open for inspection. Filled with the table 8 competition against the clock with a high 1 meter 40. The speed in this competition is 350 meters per minute with a length of 450 meters and a time allowed of 51 seconds. 80 seconden de toegestaande tijd met een snelheid van 350 meter per minuut en een lengte van 407 meter. Gaan we dus kijken naar een publiek die op tijd wil.
Acht strafpunten in het parcours, 23 gaat hij voor de tijd, 31 totaal, 108,12, Anne Willemsen en Estoril. We gaan door met Van Hollets uit Duitsland. Dan heeft hier de ruim Vancouver van de lengste Vanneronmaal Sandra Sok. Representing Germany. 4 combinaties nog, dan de prijsuitreiking. Aan de leiding, still in the lead, Susanna Kutsevrawi, 74.90 seconds, the time to beat. Foutloos 88,26 en dat betekent 3 voor de tijdafsluiting, 3 time penalties, voorziening de time allowed in 3.26 seconds. Hij gaat zien meer zaak. De volgende combinatie uit Polen met de leader 1 van Engst nummer 1. 3 combinaties stond 3 to go, then the prize giving ceremony. Twee fout in het parcours 72,38, 1 penalty points, 72.38. Kaya Gatsmierzak en leader 1. Voorlaatste combinatie nu, en dat is Carolina Sanchez Rosales uit Spanje met de Gracia VDL, nummer 24.
Intro to voor de Speelsmeadows prijs. De eerste combinatie is weer doorheen. We gaan van start met de jongen. Dus de Small Tour uit Spanje. Amazone, Patricia Astis Camara. Amazone met Dulcine Cartier. En 11 jaar geleden in Tasmane, Rock Carol, Sydney, Woodlands in de Number 1, Spain, Patricia Astis Camara.
Strafpunten in het parcours, 9 daarbij voor de tijd, 94,95 honderdste seconde. Carolina Sanchez Rosales en Gracia VDL. In total 21 points, 94.95. Laatste combinatie nu uit Italië, dat is Cristiana Gozzani met Kirkest Reflection. Last competitor, number 25.
for 40 seconds. That's the time to beat voor de andere competitors. Mooie hardloopronde in het begin van deze meeting en 67 van de stand op de ronde. Joanna Bombe, Amazone voor Germany with 3 Australian Air from 2013, Mark Canam en Kieran de Rivel van de Q1 startlist. 2 dames en heren, aan start.
8 strafpunten, 84, 99 honderdste seconde de tijd. Britsella Gonzali en Cardigast Reflection, 1 penalty points, 84 part 99. En dit was de laatste combinatie, de winnende combinatie bekend Susanna Kutserawi met Uwaka. Zo dadelijk de 6 geplaatst voor de prijsuitreiking.
Gemaakte springfout in deze zin resulteert in 4 strafpunten en 29 honderdste doorkomsttijd. Dit is in voorval sinds de finale point 24 seconds. Germany, Johanna Jackman. Stijn Testers is de Nederlandse ruiter binnenkomen met de Dalmaatse Nederlandse Landboot FEI uit 2016 van de starter. Mooi haveloos, kijk naar de tijd, 71, 88, 106 en de race combinatie door de race. Zijn Testers, een Lamborghini, Mirage en de Lamborghini. Christina Klebanova, number 4 on list with Iliaska van het Kattenaaien Z. Christina vanuit van Indoctro van het Kattenaaien. Number 4 on the startlist, Christina Klebanova. Iliaska van het Kattenaaien.
Bunning Regionaalprijs, dames en heren, zo dadelijk de 6 hoogste plaatsen in de Bunning Regionaalprijs, de Big Tour, The Children in Between. Bunning Wegenbouw BV op het gebied van de grondweg en waterbouw al meer dan 50 jaar een uitstekende naam hoog te houden. We beschikken over tientallen vakbekwame medewerkers en een eigen wagen- en machinepark. En dat stelt ons in staat kwaliteiten te leveren en te borgen. Vanwege ons omvang, niet te groot en niet te klein, leveren wij uitstekende diensten met een hoge mate van flexibiliteit.
During 1.time, 81.22 seconds. Deze gaat bij strafpunt 81, 22 honderdste Christina Vanova, Iaska, van Kaptein. We gaan naar de Postmerrie Billy Bolin uit 2015 onder talen van Eveline Putters voor België.
De Bunning Regionaalprijs, dames en heren, we zien de 6 hoogste plaatsen. Naar voren gaat treden onder uw applaus. Representing Poland, Susanna Kutserabi. Goudklaus 74,90. De allerbeste combinatie, de Bunning Regionaalprijs. Mevrouw Rienke Letsenga namens de internationale jury. Brengt voor de staatjes namens de organisatie van Ingrid Snijders. Dr. Zandplaats als aandenken aan CSIO de Wolde. De tweede plaats voor Lieselot Kormans met de linie van HD. De derde plaats voor Charlize O'Connor met de Kados. De vierde plaats voor Robin Vermeer en Diamantina Z. De vijfde plaats voor Andrea Pazzini met Jasmarch JTZ. De zesde plaats voor de Dalma Pichowski met Maybe. Mooie stalplaatsen voor plaatsen nummer 1, 2 en 3 als aandenken aan CSIO in deze Bunning Regionaalprijs. De overwinning voor Susanna Kutserabi uit Polen met Uraka. En we zien dat de prijzen zijn uitgereikt. Felicitaties van deze kant. The left of order, it's to you, Susanna Kutserabi en Uraka. En applaus mee aan Give them a big hand, Susanna Kutserabi, Polen. Nogmaals proficiat aan Susanna Kutserabi. Nogmaals onze dank aan het Bunning Wegenbouw. We gaan ons opmaken voor de tweede ronde, de Nations Cup the Children. The second round for the Nations Cup Children will start at 12:10.
speed Charlotte for Germany is with a fault, time 66.08 seconds. Dit is de 0800ste, betekent 8 strafpunten. Germany to Denmark with Janko Theodor Schmidt. Dankzij stelje waarom 2012 kampioenschap. Met logo's en LVD hebben we in ieder geval op de lijst voor Hongarije. En ook is gewoon aan het juiste foutloos, we hebben een tijd van 16 honderdste van onze tonde. Hier aan in de 7.29 seconds. Voor de is Scrooge Meadows Prize, jongen dus de small tour gaan we volgen. En Denemarken, die de NA volgende dag. Dat is voor de van Lars en ingemaakte springfout. Het is 4 strafpunten, de tijd 69, 39, 100 van een seconde. Dit is goed voor Bond, 69.39. combinatie tegen de fout op in de discipline. Dat betekent dat we hier van kunnen noteren. De tijd vanuit op 80 van een seconde. Wandel. Poland in the arena. Nico Wolf, the 8-year-old gelding by number 1, ridden by Natalia Tito.
Tweede dames en heren, dan gaan we aanvangen met de Nations Cup, de tweede ronde, de second round, 12.10. De 8 beste landen na aanleiding van de eerste ronde. De startvolgorde in die tweede ronde. Dat is Denemarken, Frankrijk, Noorwegen, Polen, Italië, Groot-Brittannië, België en Nederland. Starting order in the second round. At first Denmark, then France, Norway, Poland, Italy, Great Britain, Belgium and the Netherlands. Vanmorgen ontworpen de Barse Design Team, Henk Linders, Martin Jansman, Jacques Meuleman en Arno Segers. Het wordt volgens het tabel A. De snelheid 350 meter per minuut. Lengte van het parcours 500 meter. Toegsnelheid 86 seconden. 12 hindernissen, 15 sprongen.
Poland and Italia, Tito. Great Britain in the arena, Rachel Bromley, number 30 on the start list with 9-year-old stallion Goma by Cornet and Lord Kent. Initiaal next to in de ring, dames en heren. De zadel van Rachel Bromley voor Groot Britain.
Well, a very good morning once again. Welcome back to this Nations Cup series. We're bringing you the children's competition first off this morning, and we have 8 teams returning in today's competition. As I say, 8 teams will come back and they'll go in reverse order of placing from round 1. That means that the Netherlands, will be the final team to head into the ring. The home team, they come forward in the leading position. But first in, we'll have Team Denmark. They come forward with a score of 8. And their first rider will be Palmer Sophie Gry Jansen Christensen, who rides Linden, an 11-year-old stallion by numero 1, owned by Bjorn Lundgren. This combination picked up 19 in round 1. So if you joined us for round 1, you will notice that we came forward with 12 teams. We have lost 4. So those teams that we have lost from the competition are Team Spain. They, of course, had 2 eliminations and so are not able to progress. Portugal had a score of 10, Germany a score of 20, and Sweden also had a score of 8, but they were the slowest. And the top 8 is what we take forward. Palmer Sophie Gry Jansen Christensen's score was the drop score in round 1, that score of 19. As ever, the time allowed is 86 seconds here, so of course all the fences need to stay up, ideally inside the time allowed of 86 seconds. Working on the 8 here already. Just a couple of fences left to go. So the double combination and then that run down to fence 12 is what is left. Well, she comes home inside the time allowed this time, but it's going to be a score of 12 for Palmer, Sophie, Krij, Jansen, Christensen with Linden.
Lindon noteren 12 strafpunten in de tijd van 85 rond. 12 penalty points, 85 seconds. Groene aandenkstand uit Frankrijk nu met Grenade A van Hengste Quirissen du Mori van Hengste Quir de Revel. Representing France, the first rider.
Next up, we have the French team, again on a score of 8 from round 1. And their first rider is Launa Bensard with Gralain AA. And as we were saying earlier, super experienced combination. Been on the team for several Nations Cups in the past, to great success. Launa jumped clear in round 1. One of 2 clears for the French team. Carefully down to that ladybird fence, which has caused a good few problems in the course so far. Well, it's another clear, a brilliant performance from the French young lady. Launa Bensard comes home with a double clear, perfectly judged as well, making use of all the available time, but not over the time allowed. So double clear for our latest combination.
First competitor representing Norway.
So let's move on then to Norway now, the third team into the ring, also on a score of 8 from round 1. Their first rider is Philippa Påskrog Hestad with Nildans LWB. This one's a 12-year-old. Oh, what a pity. Just a little deep underneath fence 7. Down comes the front rail. She just dropped 1 pole in round 1. Goes wide out to the double. Manages that really well. Excellent to the final line as well. So it's two down this time for score round. And so it's the best 3 scores from each team that count. Alicia Kosmol is up next then, the first rider in for Poland with Clearwater PPZ. This combination also jumped clear in round 1. One of 2 clears for the Polish team. Also owned by Roland Kosmol and is by Clearway. Very carefully to the wall. That was another place that was slightly problematic in round one. Not for this pair, though.
Sanne ter Haar, de Amazone uit Nederland, met van Malou de Kuijer. Geboren van Bamako.
Again, nicely to the ladybirds.
Van de Schutterzon.
Well, it's just one down then for Alicia Cosmo, but a great result to just have one pole across 2 rounds of jumping for her. Poland still looking to be in a strong position. As we move on to Italy then. Italy, the first of 4 teams finishing on a 0 score from round 1. Maria Vittoria Gaffuri is their first rider with Caffin de Roche. La Selle Francais, 12-year-old mare.
En ook deze combinatie vaartloos. Tijd 65-33 honderdste van een seconde. Bijzonder voor de poging, goed voor het
Steadies well for the triple, and that gives her a great shot through there.
Spain in the arena. Het is Elena Appendino. De compagnie van de Grandcore. Australia from 2015. Combination with starting number 90. Last combination before the
Nice and carefully over the water. She doesn't need to really race. Caffin de Roche, an experienced horse now. And one that's a great partner for Maria. Just holds the line out there to then swing back round straight for the double. And that longer run down to the final fence, and it's clear. A double clear, in fact, for Maria Vittoria Gaffuri of Italy. Keeps the Italian team on that 0 score.
Daarom in de eerste ronde valkoos parcours voor Italië. We gaan door met Groot-Brittannië met Emily Gulliver. En Glamour, de derde nakomeling van Mylord Cartago.
So let's go to Great Britain now then. It's Emily Gulliver with Glamour. Glamour, one of the slightly younger horses. This one is an 8-year-old owned by Al Shiraz Stables. Already in his career.
finish with 4 faults in 31.95 seconds. Elena Appendino komt bij van de Grandcore. Dit was de laatste combinatie in het eerste gedeelte. We gaan de bank prepareren straks voor het tweede gedeelte. Dan verwachten we nog eens een tiental combinaties. Dus Meadows Price. In de lead, Jacob Theodore Smith with Tom Farrell set time 64.23
Emily Gulliver just keeping such a lovely rhythm up around this course. Just needs to keep a little bit more straightness down a couple of the lines, but manages to get that back well in time for the fence. And excellent down the final line as well. It's another double clear in a row, and this time for Great Britain. Nothing at all to add. Italy and Great Britain stay neck and neck with a clear round apiece and nothing to add from round 1. Of course, if we have teams finishing on equal penalties at the end of round 2, we will have a jump off. Jérôme Denute then, another of these really experienced competitors. Fantastic pathfinder for the Belgian team, our leading team in the season standings. Rides Humour Noir de Cran. This gelding is 16 years old now and is by Canaan. They were clear in round 1. One of the 4 clear rounds teams, and for Belgium, one of the 3 clear rounds. Still clear, coming through the double combination for Jérôme Noir de Cran. Ooh, very deep into the final fence, but Jérôme doesn't make a fuss about that, knows how reliably this horse jumps. And it's another clear round, this time for Belgium.
België nam ook 0 strafpunten mee naar de tweede ronde. Ook Nederland nu. 0 strafpunten mee vanuit de eerste ronde. De eerste combinatie nu in de tweede ronde voor Nederland. En het is de Amazone Livelinsen met de CDW Z. Navolging van Camille Paul, Mal Gielens. The first rider, second round representing the Netherlands.
So for the final team then, the final of the first riders in is Liv Linsen with Cine WZ. Riding for the Netherlands, the home team and the team leading the way at the moment. 3 clears and just a 1 faulting round for this team. Netherlands sitting in 4th place in the season standings, and eager to have a good result on home turf. Working on the 4 now. Of course, though, we do have a drop score per team. As it stands, that might indicate to you that the Netherlands are a little off the pace, but it's just 1 rider. There's a beautifully jumping little horse inside the time, of course, so it's just 1 fence down for Liv Linsen with Cine WZ.
Representing the Netherlands, Liv Linsen, CDW-Z. Van eerste Camille Paul. De eerste combinatie is gehad van de 8 landen in de second round. We gaan door naar de tweede deelnemers van de 8 landen. De ontknoping, de winning Wegenbouwprijs. Tweede combinatie voor Denemarken nu. Sander Reinhold Vretsloot.
So that gives you the first rider for each of the teams. The second riders are up next. We'll go back to Denmark then, to now Zander Reinhold Fredslund with Katarina ASK. This pair dropped 1 pole in round 1, contributing to that 8 faulting score. Denmark on the 8 from round 1, and have a 12 from their first rider. Really reaches across the fence. Down comes the pole. So that means that Denmark will go to a minimum score of 12. Scores change very quickly in this competition. Good through the double. One fence left for Zander Reinhold Frejlund. And safely over that as well. It's 7 seconds inside the time allowed, but one pole down is going to put them onto a score of 12 as a team.
Tweede combinatie nu voor Frankrijk. Second rider voor France, Steve Provinet. Van Austral de la France, van Eekse Dollar de la Pierre. Tweede combinatie nu voor Frankrijk.
Back to France then. Esteve Goffinet is up next with Austral de la Fosse. Picked up 12 in round 1. Theirs, though, was the drop score, and the French team on a score of 8. They have the clear very steadily into fence 3. Just need a bit more forward momentum here. She's on the 4 now. Just because you've jumped clear in round 1 does not mean that that's going to be the case in round 2. Yes, Dev really pushing for the water. Well, down comes the final fence. He's a little deep in there. But for Esteve Goffinet and Austral de la Fosse, it's going to be a score of 8. Improvement on round 1, though. They scored 12 in round 1.
The second rider for Norway.
So back to Norway then. We'll go to now turn to Hedda Solberg Jacobsen. For Norway, picked up 1 pole in round 1, so a score of 4. Norway on the score of 8. Fence 3 has caused a good few problems now in round 2. La Perla VA getting a little strong here. Good riding to balance this back. And unfortunately, not quite enough for the final element. Just needs again to keep that forward rhythm and keep things consistent. Well, unfortunately, this round has looked to be having a couple of problems. Good bit of vocal encouragement to get through the flags, but down it comes as well for Hedda Solberg Jacobsen. So sadly, some time going to be added there as well over the time allowed. It's going to be a score of 26 for Hedda Solberg Jacobsen of Norway. So let's say that that's the drop score for the Norwegian team. That would mean that their score from the 2 rounds would be 16. Drops them down a little bit.
Alina Slonic met die kleine lady van de hekste die kleine Lawrence. The second rider representing Poland.
Paulina Sloniek is up next for Poland. Clear in round 1 with Die Kleine Lady. She's a 15-year-old mare by Der Kleine Lord.
Tweede maand dus sprintpaardje betekent afstrafpunten in de tijd van 69, 63 honderdste van een seconde.
5 strides comes up nicely for Paulina Slonik from 7 to 8. This combination have a good rhythm, good regular jumping around here. But the Kleine Lady is a great jumping horse and a great partnership with Paulina. She races for the finish line, but she doesn't necessarily need to worry about that too much. It's a clear and a double clear for her brilliant performance as ever from this young Polish lady. Poland stay on a team score of 4. Sherry Delphi Machinas is up next with Diplomat for Italy. Italy, one of the teams on the 0 score from round 1. 3 clears from their first 3 riders. One of them being Sherry Delphi. Diplomat is a 15-year-old stallion by Kashmir van Schutershoff, out of a mare by Darko. So certainly one bred for good performance and good for speed as well. Could be a good choice in a jump off if we get to that position. Takes things out wide to the corner before getting ready for the double. Fantastic for time for Italy. This is looking like, oh, looked like another clear, but she was just quite quick down to the final fence and unfortunately didn't quite get the height at the front rail. So down it comes. It's the first fence down for the Italian team of the 2 rounds. But with 1 clear, they're still on a score of 4. Well, Honey Bows comes forward with Javas El Cid on a 0 score as well. This horse's breeding has Luidam and Cruising, and the luck is on Honey's side very much today. She's just really rattled a pole. Not fence 2, but it stayed in the cups for her. Plenty of scope. There's clear in Javas El Cid's jumping. She's taking a pretty economical line there to the water as well, not wasting any time. Really collecting it back for the Ladybird fence. Gives herself time to take a wider line to the double. Really sets up for the final fence as well. And great down that line. It is clear. It's double clear for Honey Bowes and Javas El Cid. Couldn't be better for the British team. 2 clears in a row, 2 double clears in a row. Great Britain sit in 9th place in the season standings. This is only the 3rd event that they have competed at, and they finished 2nd and 3rd. Sit on a score of 160. So even if they were to win, they wouldn't be able to take the lead in the series. But we go to Belgium now then, our series leaders. It's Maurice Riquier with Casino Royale van de Hunters. 15-year-old stallion by Caraco. Maurice picked up 6 in round 1. But the Belgian team is so strong, with a couple of European Championship contenders and an experience list from the Nations Cup series in previous runnings. And successfully through those final timers as well. It's another clear for the Belgian team. A clear now for Maurice Riquier. Means that Belgium stay on a 0 score. They are neck and neck with Great Britain. Italy also still within touching distance of a 0 score finish. Stella Heligers is up next for the Netherlands. She was clear in round 1. The Netherlands have 1 pole down already in round 2. So a fence down for Stella would see the Netherlands drop to a score of 4. Circuit de la Haye is the ride. 12-year-old mare, owned by Katani Sport Horses. Well, the home team eager for a good result here this week. A win would see them go to the top of the tree. Of course, that depends on their nearest rivals' results as well, but they could potentially leapfrog the others. Stella Heligers doing really well to manage Circuit de la Haye here. Going with her head a little low there, but certainly still jumping well for Stella. And she does well to that final fence as well. It's 78.80. We are getting some seriously fast times here as well, but double clear for Stella Heligers of the Netherlands with Circuit de la Haye. Well, we've brought you the first and second riders from each of our teams so far. The third and fourth riders remain. Straight back to Denmark then. Cavallino is the horse. And Holger Hastrup Christensen is the rider. Sadly, down comes fence 1. Puts Denmark to a score of 16. big jumping through the triple. Again, takes a good wide line out to the double. He's looking for the only double clear of the Danish team. And it will be a bit over the time allowed then as well for Holger Horstrup Christensen. So 87.37 on the clock, though, is a little slow. Saw some wider lines around that course, and that's given them a score of 2.
Chloe Tami met Contessa aan de T-set. De zangerzijde fokt van Cassander van het Bremhof, maal Diamant de Simile. The third rider representing France.
Well, we'll go then to Team France now. In 7th place following round 1. Chloe Tehami is their second rider. Third rider, excuse me, with Contessa de TGZ. 14-year-old mare and owned by Chloe herself. France on that score of 8 from round 1. Doesn't give these fences a huge amount of room in the triple combination there, but still keeps them up. Wall is now jumping pretty well. Well, Chloe Tehami, it's up 6 once again. She's very quick indeed. So the French team now with a clear an 8 and a 4 in round 2. That will put them onto a minimum score of 12 across the 2 rounds. As we turn back to Norway. Twiggy Josephine Os Sander picked up 8 in round 1 with Quinine. Quinine, another of the slightly more experienced horses in the field. She's a 16-year-old mare. By Quintender. And Twiggy picked up 8 penalties in round 1. Norway now on the score of 16. That tricky score of 26 from Hedda Jakobsen. The 4 penalties for Twiggy is going to put them onto a score of 20. Just want to confirm for you that we did see that early pole fall down, and then we saw the time being added to the score of Holger Horstrup Christensen. I just want to confirm for you, of course, that fence did go down, so just So our graphic just didn't include that fence, so it is 6 for the Danish competitor. But it's just one down for Norway's Twiggy Josephine Os Sander. Adds a minimum of 12 to the Norwegian total, and it puts Norway to a score of 20. Drops them behind Denmark into 8th place. So, for Poland once again then, it's Adam Goczynski. Early pole down, sadly, with Charlton. He picked up 12 in round 1, the Polish team. Now to a score of 8 at a minimum. Eight would still have them in 5th place for now. It's those 4 teams at the top who still lead the way, the Netherlands, Great Britain, Belgium and Italy. They are the ones you want to keep an eye on. So that's where our podium positions will be decided. Good through the double, 1 fence left. Could be a bit over the time allowed here, Adam Goczynski. He's going to pick up 3 for time, in fact. So it's 7 for our Polish competitor. Still, we may be able to discount that score. So the score for Poland is now confirmed at a minimum of 8 across the 2 rounds, with a rider still to come.
Derde combinatie nu voor Italië. Gabriel Minucci met Diablo Z.
Gabriel Zagni Minucci is up next with Diablo Z. Riding for Italy. And this is one of these crucial rounds. Gabriel was clear in round 1. The Italian team, of course, on a 0 score. But they do have a pole down from Cherie Delphi Machignaz. So we have to be clear here if they're still going to keep level with the likes of Great Britain and Belgium. Keeping a good pace up here, and he's being pretty economical with his lines. Not wasting a second. Just steadying for this upright. That ladybird fence has been quite influential. 3 fences left for Gabriel Zagni Minucci to keep Italy at the top of things. Plenty of time. He can really take his time here and manages that really, really well. It's a double clear for the Italian competitor, and they have 1 rider still to come. Their final rider, Antonio Spano, who retired in round 1, but still chance to finish on 0. Similar story for this combination and this team. It's Great Britain and Tabby Morgan-Evans with Bermudez BDA.
Announcement for the owners of the following cars.
They're in round 1. Great Britain on a 0 score.
2 SK23 and a German license plate. And VK 411, please remove your car. Thank you.
Just a little bit of a rattle at the 3rd. Bermudez BDA, an 11-year-old by Sevin Z. Owned by Tiffany Morgan-Evans. safely over the water. Always fantastic for these combinations to be able to jump a double clear for their team. It's so prestigious to be able to jump on the team, but with 2 clears already, Tabby Morgan-Evans is aiming to keep Great Britain on a 0 score across the 2 rounds. Yes, she manages it! Fantastically done for Tabby Morgan-Evans and Bermudez BDA. It's 3 double clears for the British team. That means that their total score across the 2 rounds will be 0, regardless of what their final rider does. They don't need a final rider. It's 3 double clears already. Ella Bomere comes next with Moonshine Vanta Ameldonk Z. The Netherlands have 1 score of 4 and 1 clear. Belgium, excuse me, have 2 clears already. So a clear here for Ella Bomere would keep them on a 0 score, and we would have a jump off so far between Great Britain and Belgium. Of course, 2 riders remain. Final fence for Ella Bomere, and it is clear, so we will have a jump off at the top between Great Britain and Belgium. Both of those teams confirmed on a 0 score with 3 clears for each round. But will it be a 2-way jump off, or 3-way, or even 4? Maaike Leusink is going to try to keep the Netherlands in that clutch of teams at the top of the tree, with Galop, the home team, eager for good results. Takes a bit of a circle just to balance things up for the first fence. Unfortunately, it is a fence down, and the Netherlands will drop below Great Britain and Belgium. No win for the home team today. Well, this pair were clearing round 1. Unfortunate to have that first fence down. Well, immaculate jumping around a lot of that course, but sadly the first fence goes for Maaike Leusink. You really have to feel for her, but it's going to be 4 for the Netherlands, and they will drop behind Great Britain and Belgium. It's those 2 teams at the top. As it stands, only Italy could join them on that 0 score. But 1 rider remains per team. So back to Denmark now then. It's Silla Hartvig Nielsen with Quimono de la Roque, Saint Francais Gelding by Canan. This one is the 20-year-old horse in our field, owned by Hallenbach Stables. 1 pole down in round 1. At the moment, Denmark are on a confirmed score of 18. So anything here will add to that. Well, the Danish team came forward from round 1 in 8th place with a score of 8. Looks like they might go up position here. Races for the last, and it's clear for Denmark's Silla Hartvig Nielsen. We dropped the score of 12 for the Danish team. We'll add 10 from round 2, and the final score for Denmark is 18. Has them in 7th place. But back to France now. French team currently on a score of 12, and Zoe Vaguillon-Ledy is going to be their final rider, riding Arcana Messipier with this eye-catching pink hat. 14-year-old mare by Organo Cité. Very quickly around this line, back to the water. A clear here would keep the French team on a score of 12. Could put the pressure on the Polish team. We could see France climb 1. It is indeed clear, so France do drop that score of 8 in round 2. We'll count the 4 from this round and add that to the 8, so their finishing score will be 12. France will be at worst 6th. Final rider for the Norwegian team is Elsa Gunilla Sandven. Elsa rides Casemiro CC. Ah, what a shame. Fence 2 down for Elsa. She was clear in round 1. Norwegian team now go up to a score of 16 from round 2, which gives them 24 in total. They will be in 8th place. Big jump at the wall, really stands off the fence. It's quite a solid, eye-catching obstacle. But for Norway, it will be 8th place. What does that mean for them in the season standings? Well, they were in 15th place overall. This is only their 2nd appearance of the series. They were the winners in Drammen. 8th place will give them 45 points, so they'll go to 145, which will slot them a few levels up. just a couple of places higher in our ranking. It's 1 down then for Norway's Elsa Gurule Sandven. We drop the score of 26. We count 16 from round 2. Final score for Norway is 24 for 8th place. Denmark, meanwhile, in 7th with that score of 18, and France in 6th with the score of 12. Poland are the next team to complete. Their final rider is Helena Gola with Carbonara MK. A clear would have Poland here on a score of 8. 1 down puts them on to a score of 12. Just gets a little disunited around the corner, but no problem for this 12-year-old mare. Well, it is clear for Helena Gola of Poland. Nothing at all to add. We'll drop the score of 7, and it's going to be 4 in round 2 for the Polish team. Gives them a team score of 8 across the 2 rounds of jumping. Poland are in 5th place then, at worst. Italy are up next then. This is going for the top spots. Italy on a score of 0 from round 1. We have 2 clears already on the board and 1 for faulting round. But 2 teams are confirmed as finishing on a 0 score. So 1 more clear would have Italy level with them and going for the top spot in a jump-off. 1 pole down has Italy out of the running for the win. Antonio Spano knows exactly what he needs to do with little painted DN. This combination retired in round 1. But the team already had 3 clears. This 8-year-old stallion is by Global Express. Go through the double. Final fence then for Antonio Spano to keep Italy up at the top, to go into a jump-off. Great performance from the young Italian. We drop the score of 4 for Italy and they add nothing. That means that they go through from round 2 with a 0 score as well. 3 teams now level at the top on a 0 score. We're going to have a jump-off to decide places 1, 2 and 3.
We gaan door met België, met Tjitske van den Einde, Niara Star STB set.
Well, Great Britain and Belgium are already confirmed on a 0 score. Lottie Adams, though, still coming forward for the British team with Khaleesi OL. She dropped just 1 pole in round 1, but it's a little bit of an academic round as they come forward with a 0 score anyway from their first 3 riders.
De 6 hoogste plaatsen zijn in de ring versweden, dames en heren, om hun prijs weer ontvang te gaan nemen. We gaan naar de winnaar, handen op elkaar. Applaus voor Nick Houthorst. Great result for the rider from Germany. In around 61.45 seconds. Hij was de allersnelste voor hem de felicitaties namens de jury, de heer Patrick Bosman, natuurlijk een aantal.
Comes home with the clear. It's 4 clears for Great Britain in round 2. Couldn't be better for the British team in this Children's Nations Cup competition. Brilliantly, brilliantly done. Nothing at all to rider for Belgium, Jitske van den Einde, has withdrawn. No need to compete. There are already 3 clears for Belgium. For the Netherlands, though, Joop Schaap is going to come next. Riding Le Falke. Picked up just 1 time penalty in round 1. The Netherlands now on a score of 4. Joop is trying to keep them on that score of 4. If that is possible, that will have them cemented in 4th place, level with Poland. It's crucial in terms of points for the Netherlands. In our season standings, they sit in 4th place. A further 4th place finish would give them 70, and that would put them to a score of 310. So they still, even though they'd finish in 4th place, they'd still be really in the mix at the top of the tree. Arguably the most consistent team of this series in the children's division has been Belgium so far. 2 wins and a 2nd place finish for them. Almost maximum points. But it is clear it's a great result for the home team. For the Netherlands, they finish on that score of 4. And they will finish in 4th place.
3 landen, dames en heren, met 0 strafpunten. De aanleiding van de eerste en de tweede ronde. En dan betekent de garage.
Well, we have 3 teams at the top of the table, each with a 0 score. So those 3 will all jump off for the placings for 1st, 2nd and 3rd. We will have 1 rider come back per team over a shortened course. 1 rider will be selected to represent each nation. Well, stay with us. The course will just be prepared for this jump off. 3 teams going head to head for 1st, 2nd and 3rd place. Those teams will be Italy, Great Britain and Belgium. Stay with us. We'll bring you the jump off in just a moment's time.